Hello, everybody. Hi. Let me let people know that I'm live, because I did not let anybody know that I'm live. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Hello, Julian. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Julian. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. It is good to see you. Always glad to have new viewers. I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch. It's funny. There's someone in my YouTube chat named Julian the Vampire King, so getting followed by someone named Julian in my Twitch chat is kind of funny. It's one of those interesting coinkydinks. That was you? Okay. I thought it was you, but I didn't want to make any assumptions. Your charge is low. Oh no, Gus. Hey, there's nothing wrong with using YouTube more. That's why I stream in both places. Is because I want people to be able to watch me wherever they see fit. Okay. Oh, I can't get distracted, chat. I can't get distracted. I have to actually post the going live notification to all of the places. So how was everybody's weekend? That's interesting, Gus. That's really interesting. I don't know how any of that works. Oh no. I'm sorry, Gus. I didn't realize that you have a phobia. Hey, Noel Main. Good to see you. Good to see you. Waiting for the Honkai update. I feel that, Julian. I need to get back into Honkai Star Rail. All my Trailblaze power is maxed out, and all the reserve Trailblaze power is maxed out. I got to get back to it. I just haven't had energy. I've just been so drained recently. All right, Gus. Get charged up. Okay. That's the Twitch posts. Now. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in like 5 or 6 hours, and I just haven't had the energy to do stuff. Um, okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't because like I'm low on funds, but I'm probably gonna order food just because I need to get something. I need to get something in my belly. Alright. Let me check my funds, see what I've got. Okay, I've got a little bit stashed aside for emergencies, so I guess this is a food emergency. Okay, order delivery. So with where I live, there's this thing on the Burger King app where if you spend at least $20 on a delivery, you can get $3 off, right? And getting a double Impossible Whopper meal comes out to $19. So what I started doing in order to get that coupon, actually, I don't even make sure that's still active. Yeah. What I need to do to get that coupon is I just get a thing of sauce for 30 cents in order to jump over to that thing and save me the $3. Okay. What? Why is there's a... This is cheaper than normal. There's apparently some thing going on with like free delivery where I live for like... free delivery. They're doing a free delivery thing if you meet certain qualifications. Okay. Weekend has been quite a roller coaster. I'm doing fine, just kind of tired. Hey, listen, I feel you there, Noel Main. All right. Okay. Food will be here in about an hour. So now I just gotta wait till then. You had extra classes? Okay, Gus. Did you learn anything? I realize I'm still on the starting student screen. Give me a second. I need to finish. I wanted to do that and get that order put into motion before I did anything else, so that way that has more time to get delivered. Let me post. Okay. Okay, now chat. There was so like there is one thing that I've considered for my writing streams, and that is on Twitch, right? When you choose your category, there is a category called "Let's Do the Writing," or like "Writing with Me," or "Writers." And that category is like actually I think it's like an actual game or something. Let me look for this. Hold on. I don't know if that'd get more people to see my content whenever I'm doing my writing streams. Let's see, what does writers show me? Yeah. So Writers is an actual game where it's like Writers is a game where you play as a writer and try to be the first person typing a random excerpt from a book, fight against your friends or players, and blah, 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 blah. So it's an actual video game, right? But it has been kind of co-opted it's been kind of like taken over by actual authors to use for when they're doing their writing streams. And I'm like, I could do that for my writing streams on Twitch. But like I would just be contributing to the whole, it's just like the I'm just sleeping thing, where like VTubers will change their category to or streamers will change their category to I'm just sleeping, and it'll be a sleep stream, but I'm just sleeping is a game, and I don't think anybody actually plays the game. I don't know. It's just thoughts. All right, Julian, it was great seeing you. Have yourself a wonderful day. I want you to know that I value you. You are a precious treasure of a human being, and you make this world a better place. Thank you for coming to my stream, and have yourself a wonderful evening, day, time, morning. I don't know where it is where you are. Okay. Okay. Focus, 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 focus. Okay. 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 All right. So I was looking at chat. It's dark for me. Oh goodness. Yeah, I know that feeling, Julian. Oh, you're gonna go draw some fan art, Gus? All right, cool. Hey, LeMay. Oh, you spent time together? It's good to spend time together, Noel Main, with people you care about. Hey, are you, is something like wrong with your tablet or drawing utensils or a notepad or something, Gus? Okay. Okay, so that is posted all of the places. Oh, what? Somebody posted something on my... Someone just joined my Discord. That's neat. Okay. Okay. All right, let's get off this starting soon screen because we've been on the starting soon screen for like 20 minutes. Hello, everybody. It's funny, I had somebody contact me on Blue Sky. Still playing a perfect draw campaign, but this time I'll be a player. One of the guys, Frank, not real name. Okay, I'm glad you didn't share the real name. We don't want to dox people. The game master, so I have a week to come up with a PC. Ooh, that's exciting, Noel Main. I would love to be a PC in a perfect draw campaign so I could get an idea for how they run, because mine kind of fell apart because I moved in the middle of planning for the game. And I feel really silly because I told them I was gonna do a perfect draw stream, and they gave me an advanced copy of the rules so I could do playtesting, and we did playtesting, but like never actually got around to doing like live stream stuff because trying to figure out how to display it was just it was so complex because like we were using Tabletop Simulator, which yeah, it's fine. But the thing was, how do you stream Tabletop Simulator in order to show the actual battles in a way that's visible? Because part of Tabletop Simulator is that you're moving around. The camera's not like stationary in one place because it's a 3D engine. I probably could do it in Roll20. It would just take some doing. I don't know. Yeah. But do you have any ideas about like what kind of character you want to make? What's the world that you're going to be in, Noel Main? All right, Gus, you have yourself a good night. I want you to know that I value you as a member of this community. You are a wonderful individual, and I am grateful to have you here. Always know that you matter, you are important, you are valuable, worthy of love, and deserving of happiness and good things. Have yourself a wonderful night, Gus. See, this actually brings up something interesting. I've seen some people on Twitter, like a while back, there was this discourse where people were like, you don't need to say you're going or yada yada, or it distracts and disrupts things. And I'm like, I like it when people say that they're going, because that gives me a chance to like say goodbye and to send them off with some words of affirmation and stuff. And that gives me a chance to just like wish them well. You know, I think that that's really cool. So I don't see the problem with it, But some people are like, oh, you don't have to say you're gonna go do something else, that you value doing something else over being out the stream. And I'm like, it's not like that. People have lives. People have things that have to happen. No one owes you attention. No one owes me being here. I never want anyone to feel like they're obligated to be at the stream. You know? Why is this? Hold on. Okay. There we go. Hold on one second. There we go. My ads manager that lets me know when the ads are coming. Hello? Internet? Okay. My phone was being all kinds of wonky. I'm thinking moving forward, I'm going to look at updating my stream settings now that I have more stable-ish internet. Just so I can increase the quality of the stream. Oh my gosh, I might have to go down and pick up my food because the person says the person won't hand it to me. Okay. So my weekend. My weekend was interesting. I didn't do a whole lot on Saturday, except I went, I think I went grocery shopping on Saturday. Yeah, I did. I went grocery shopping. There was this whole thing where I was up super late yapping on Sunday night. And then, not Sunday, on Friday night. And it was like, I was just yapping and talking and going through stuff. And like, it came to like 7 a.m., 7 in the morning. And my friend was supposed to get back to me with whenever her car got out of the shop. And I was like, do I just go to bed? Do I make food? I decided to order some food. And I was like, I'm gonna order food, I'm gonna eat, and then I might work on some projects or whatever. So I ordered some food, and I got, chat, I gotta tell you, I definitely indulged a bit in that that night, that morning, because my local Burger King you can get burgers with breakfast. You can't get the burger. I think you can get the meal, but so I got a French toast stick meal with a double Impossible Whopper, and I put the French toast sticks and syrup on the Whopper. It was so good. It was so good, chat. It was so good. And then, so I had that, and then after I ate, I just did not feel like working on anything. So I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna lay down and go to bed. And I was laying down, and just as I'm dozing off, my friend texts me at like 9:30ish, and she's like, I think she called me, and she's like, hey, my car just got out of the shop really quickly, and I'm ready to go grocery shopping. I'll probably be ready in like an hour after I put together my shopping list. And I'm like, okay, here we go. And so I was awake for that, and then I got back home and I was like really out of it, and I was like, I made myself food afterwards because this was a few hours later by the time I got home from grocery shopping. And then I slept through the day, and then I woke up like towards the end of the day, and I didn't have the energy in me for anime night. I was just so tired from running errands, from shopping. And then I got up to do stuff, and I went to bed pretty early, and then Sunday had I watched a really interesting sermon. The online church that I follow is doing this series. I don't know if it's a series, but they've been going through, the pastor's been going through the book of Genesis, and looking at it from like a historical perspective, which is a perspective I've never heard attributed to Genesis before. And it's an idea of like, not historical as in did this happen, historical as in what was happening when the stories of Genesis were created, what was happening to this culture of this people whenever they started, when they authored the stories that became the book of Genesis, and how their surroundings and situation of what they were going through when they created the book of Genesis affects and reflects the situation. And it's just this interesting thing of taking the Bible and like looking at it as a document that like, hey Nabiru, looking at it as a thing where like it was written by people, for people at a specific time in a specific situation, and that by looking at that situation, understanding what the people of that time would have gotten out of it, you can get a great deal of meaning out of it. And it was just interesting. It was just really interesting. I won't go into too much of it here because I don't like going into religion or politics too much. But it was just really interesting. I don't know, I might pivot. World is kind of generic futuristic, but the story seems interesting. Basically, imagine Sword Art Online, but if it actually made sense and was card games. History is written by the winner, so yeah, it's always interesting when reading history, regardless of what type of book it is. Yeah, definitely not Biru. That sounds fun, Noel, man. That's funny. That reminds me a little bit of whatchamacallit, Dimension Chasers. That was the show. I don't know if that show's still going on. That was put on by Nell. Why is the person who picked up my food driving away from me? I just refreshed the page. Oh, they're planning to come down? Okay. Guess that's one way to get here. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, something like that, Nabiru. Come on. I swear, if my food gets stolen again. I already had an issue where, like, a customer, where, like, I ordered some Chinese food one time and someone straight up grabbed my food and just, like, right after picking it up, they just canceled the order and they're like, your customer has had an emergency. And I'm like, I bet you they just didn't want to drive all the way over here. Your driver has had a emergency. I'm like, emergency, my foot. But I mean, if they really had an emergency, it's just whatever. They gave me, I got a refund. Okay. I texted them, told them to call me when they get here, and I'll come out and get it from them. And they just texted me back and said, okay. Why is my phone being so ridiculous? Okay. So yeah, and I had but no, Noel Main, that sounds interesting. A sci-fi. Is the entire game taking place inside the game, inside the game world, Noel Main? Or is it a thing where, like, sometimes you'll be inside the game world, sometimes you'll be in the real world kind of thing? Like, didn't they do that in, like, Persona or something? Where, like, I think one of the personas you had to, like, enter some TV world, and you had life outside of the world, and you had life inside the world or something. Okay. Anyway, let's chat for a little bit. So we are getting. Oh, it's an ad in progress on Twitch. Of course, as soon as I want to start getting into serious conversation. But yeah, so I had my Lancer game on Sunday. And that went pretty well. I'd prepared for it, kind of. I thought one part was going to take way longer, but then it didn't, and then the players moved through the stuff really quickly, and that is what happens with high-level play, is players have a lot of tools at their disposal for resolving certain situations, and I don't think I adequately prepared for the situation. And but it happened. I think people had fun, and it moves on to the next layer of the story. Actually, that reminds me of something. I got to put something in my notes real quick. Give me 1 second. Pop it open, my game notes. Okay. Oh, 1 second. I just want to put something in my notes real quick. Ah. Why? Hello, country girl. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I had a thought, and I was like, I should probably write that thought down for my game notes for my Lancer game. I'm waiting for, so I'm putting that in my notes before I forget. There we go. Cool. I had a thought for my game that I wanted to put in my notes before I forgot. The bunch of tsundere types who won't go into unknown buildings, etc., unless they get free knowledge, no non-rolls. That would be very silly, Nabiru. Hey, Forever. Good to see you. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? I also ordered some food, so I'm waiting for my food to get here. So I have not eaten in like 6 hours or something. So it's about time for me to be hungry. And I did not have the energy in time because the last time I went grocery shopping, I didn't buy any quick snacks. So I don't really have anything to like munch on real quick. You're actually gonna, you start student teaching? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Nabaru, that would definitely make for a tricky game. Forever, I'm so proud of you. Forever, I am so proud of you. You look at you making progress and starting the next stage of what you're working on. You are a hardworking and determined individual. And I am proud of you, Forever. Oh, nice, country girl. I definitely feel that, Forever. But if it's your passion, then it's your passion. Nice, nice, nice. When is my food? My food is supposed to be getting here soon-ish. Where is... Hey, Noel, man. Good to see you. So, there's something I want to talk about. I think we're out of ad break. Yeah, we're out of ad break on Twitch. we are inching ever closer to November. For the some of you know, for the last 2 Novembers, I have done NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writers Month. It has been a great source of inspiration and growth for me. It has helped me with expanding my ability as a storyteller and as an author, and helping me work closer to my dreams of being a published author one day. Whether that be self-published or whatever. And it's just been a great time. It's been very intense, and it's been a big deal. Thank you, Forever. That's actually what I want to talk about. There is a whole lot of controversy going on right now. I've heard of 2 major controversies. One is the whole thing with one of their well, first there was the whole thing with the AI stance, and that just being problematic. Then there was another thing about one of their moderators making inappropriate statements to an underage participant, and them not really reacting to that in an effective manner. And ooh, that's fun. What is that? What is that, country girl? Is that a type of dessert? Because you said you were working on desserts, right? So there's a lot of drama involving that, and I was talking to my friend about it, and I still want to write in November. And there's this whole thing where if I like, it's Danish pancake puffs. Ooh, nice. The thing is that, like, National Novel Writers Month is actually the name of a non-profit organization. It is actually a non-profit org that organizes youth writing events and this big and a variety of other writing events, and this big event every November, as well as doing other things throughout the year and providing tools and resources. They used to have forums where you could communicate and interact with people, but they apparently like closed down the forums. Yeah, there's a lot of drama forever. And so my concern is that, like, using the hashtag NaNoWriMo, using their hashtag will act as advertising for an organization I don't support. And some people have been like really grappling with that and working on creating their own tools and resources. And there's one that I really like where someone's been putting together one thing through Blue Sky. It doesn't have like forums and stuff. It's just like, here are some worksheets you can use for tracking your own stuff, and all that jazz. And I see some people working on like creating their own websites. So I don't know what hashtag I'm going to be using, or if I'm going to be using any hashtag at all. I don't know what I'm doing with it. I just know that I am going to be writing, and I do want to kind of buckle down, and goodness gravy, I want to finish Archangel Armor before the start of that. I want to finish, because I've been working on Archangel Armor. I have like 9 chapters left. Let me check Archangel Armor. Hold on. Archangel Armor. I just finished think I just finished chapter 18. Yeah, I just finished chapter 18. I'm 2/3 the way through Archangel Armor. I literally just need... Yeah, I want to finish Archangel Armor before November. So I'm probably going to buckle down and do some streams for that. I'll probably be doing some writing even between streams. Because, like, let me see, how many weeks is there between now and November? Do I have enough to do... If I do every stream, that's... If I do both streams Monday and Friday as Archangel Armor streams, that's 5 weeks. I think I have enough. I think that's enough time. Why is this taking so long to get here? Let me see. Calendar. Got a month and a half. Let's see what we got here. So if I start on Friday, then I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I got another week. I might just make it. So I got, well, actually 1, 2, so 2, 4, 6, 8. So if I do it every stream is an Archangel Armor chapter, then I will be doing the last chapter on October 11th. Yeah, that's definitely true, Nabiru. I might have to do an off stream one. And I want to finish Archangel Armor. I really enjoy the story. What I'm honestly debating doing is just blitzing the rest of it off stream. Like if I want to get in NaNoWriMo mode and do a chapter a day, that's 9 days. And that's like, right now we are on, like, I could be done by like next week and then have a chapter where I go over what went on in those chapters or whatever. I could. I don't know. I'll think about it. Where is my food? My food was supposed to be here by now. And when I look on the map, the person is not getting any closer. My fries are going to be so soggy. Why is my food not coming? Yeah. I'm not sure about what rulebook I'll get for the PC. Probably the Prodigy. Since he's kind of rivalish, still working on it. He would be a guy living for the self, but not too selfish. Yeah. I want to warm up before November, but the thing is, for November, so with Archangel Armor, because I'm writing for that as a longer story, a longer novel, I'm making the chapters in Archangel Armor 3,000 words. That's my goal, is 3,000 words in Archangel Armor. My I don't know what I'll call it, my November project will be 2,000 words per chapter. It will be shorter chapters and just blitzing through them faster. Can my food get here, please? Hold on. They're probably double dipping. When I say double dipping, there's this thing where like delivery drivers for Uber and Lyft will get multiple orders. Well, it's funny. I say that and then they start moving. I say that and then they start moving. It's really funny. Now I feel like a jerk saying that. All right. Well, they just text back and said yes. Okay. See, here's the thing, Forever. I thought I couldn't do NaNoWriMo. Anyone who remembers, a few years ago, it was a thing where I was just getting into writing. I was trying to do this thing where I was trying to write every day and try to live in the story and get invested in the story, right? And I just didn't have the energy for that. And I was like trying to write like 200 words a day, a little bit, chipping away. And I was like, okay, just a little bit every day. And the thing was, I was losing direction because I just kept writing, and it got to the point where I was just writing to get the words down. And I wasn't like actually going somewhere with the writing, and that was before I learned the outlining method. And I was just like writing by the seat of my pants, which didn't work super well for me. And then NaNoWriMo came around, and I wasn't gonna do it at first. I'm like, oh, that's cool, that's neat. Then like a week in, I saw my friend Hero Girls was doing it, and I was like, oh. And then I saw her posting about it, about her progress and what she was working on, and it just got me thinking. I was like, you know what, that looks kind of fun. Like, it's kind of like, the way I would say with NaNoWriMo is it's kind of like a sprint. It is a sprint in that it's not something you can keep up permanently. For me, it's not something I can do permanently. It's not something that I can do it's not something that I can do just like willy-nilly. It's something I have to prep for, something I have to plan for, something I have to be ready for. And then I don't know, it caused me to grow. It forced me to push my limits. I'm not saying that you have to do it. I'm not trying to like coerce you or guilt you or any of that stuff. I'm just sharing my experiences because I was in a similar situation where I was like, there's no way I could do it. And then I just said, well, what if I try? I'll try to do it 1 chapter a day. I found the outlining method. I was like 27 chapters, 30 days, 1 chapter a day. That gives me a couple days of leeway in case I don't have the energy to do it. So I was like, let's try it. And then I did it, and then it forced me to grow as a writer. Yeah, the deck I was thinking about is something that fits his high and mighty view, self-view. My idea is something like time jump gimmick, destroyed warriors come back stronger on later terms. Hey, listen, do whatever you're comfortable with. You know, and here's the thing, like, you know your abilities and your limitations and your strengths better than anyone else. So no one can tell you like that you're not trying hard enough, or that you can magically just be better at everything. So if you don't feel like it's something you can do, then like don't feel like you have to force yourself, or like I'm trying to like make you do it. But whatever you work on, I wish you all the best. It says my food should be here in 5 minutes. Now they're almost here. I wanna eat before we get started with the actual writing part of tonight's stream. I want to get that out the way. Okay. But yeah, I don't know, and I have so many story ideas. I think if I do stick to doing one chapter a stream for the next few streams on Archangel Armor, and actually it's really interesting forever now that you mention that, right? One of the alternatives people were working on for NaNoWriMo that people were tinkering with was, let me open it up. Someone was like working on like writingmonth.org, creating a new organization. And what they're working on that's actually really interesting is they're gonna have they said that right now they're building the website, right? And their plan is to do different types of challenges where you do for the month, right? And just have it be a writing month. Like they said, novel writing month, 50,000 words, novella writing month, 20,000 words, short story writing month, 5 stories of at least 2,000 words each, poetry writing month, 1 poem per day, blog post writing month, 1 blog post per day. And then they said possibility of a graphic novel writing month, a 50-page graphic novel, maybe. And then have things where people could set their own custom goals of what they want to shoot for. So that could be something if you wanted to do, if you want to do something shorter than a full novel, do like a novella for only like 20,000 words, or oh, it looks like they're approaching with my order. Give me 1 second. I think I'm about to go get my food. Yep, looks like they're almost here. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go get my food. I'm gonna put on the waiting soon screen. I am back. I'm back. Got my food. Let me make sure they gave me a Diet Coke. I splurged and got a large because I needed to break $20, and it would have just been getting a small a medium would have just meant that I would have had to get 2 sauces instead of 1. That is definitely a Diet Coke. All right. Sorry about that. A big burger. Where's my sauce? Where's my sweet and sour sauce? I actually do like the sweet and sour sauce, even though I did primarily get it just to bring the thing up to $20. Okay. Let me see what we got while we're gone. It's like you call a warrior. What's the no? I mean, say, call a warrior. It gets destroyed. It becomes an item with a countdown. When the countdown ends, it comes back with a bonus. And an ace card speeds up the countdown timer. Ooh, that does sound cool. Oh, country girl going, good night. Have a good night. I want you to know that I value you. You are a wonderful person. And I think that you make this world a better place by living in it in your own special way. Have a good night, country girl. Kind of annoyed at a romance manga I just started. It looked like Psycho Girl cross Shy Guy. But then they reveal a girl doing all of this without even liking the main character. Oh, geez. Did they? I said to add, I told them no ketchup and no mayo, but I said to add mustard and barbecue sauce, and they didn't add any sauce. Sorry for the quick mukbang. I want to complain and get my 30 cents for my sweet and sour sauce back. Seems like they're trying to add a little bit too much realism to that forever. Is she at least obsessed with the main character? Oh. Psycho Girl harem, so now it's multiple Psycho Girls obsessed with the same guy? Oh, great. So, funny thing about me, right? When I was a kid, all of these, like, I had multiple relationships and interactions with girls who were like, when I was younger, like in high school, I had multiple like relationships and interactions and friendships with girls who were like mentally unstable. And it wasn't like I was looking for them. They usually found me. And it got to the point that my mother told me one time, she was like, listen, if you ever meet a girl who likes you for no apparent reason, doesn't know anything about you, but just seems to like you, don't walk away, run away, because she's probably missing from the loony bin. And what else my mom said? My mom said this really kind of like mean-spirited thing where she's like, they like you because you care about them and you give them love like they're normal people. And I'm like, but they are people. I guess forever. I don't like that point. All right. Let me just finish up my fries. Which, let's be real, I probably could have done without eating fries. You made slow progress with your outline for your simple little mystery thriller. Ooh, nice. I'm proud of you. Hey, do whatever works for you. I'm glad that the outline is helping. I don't have the patience for that forever. Welcome back, Noel Main. It's good to see you. Speaking of posting stuff on the internet, last year for NaNoWriMo, I wrote a Zoids fanfic novel. So, every now and then, I remember how when I was a teen, I posted your OC rambles on Wattpad. What's important is that you're having fun. So, for NaNoWriMo last year, I wrote a Zoids fanfic novel, right? And I can't sell that like it's fan fiction. Even though it doesn't feature any like Zoids characters from any of the series, it makes references to the world, it uses Zoids, and it exists within somebody else's world, right? Some people have suggested that like I do some changes to the world in order to make it my own, so it's not just Zoids, so I could just kind of make a Zoids essentially rip-off, so I could still sell it. And I'm like, that would require a lot more effort than I had energy for at the time, and then now that it's already written, going back and changing everything, and the number of things that, like, the novel makes so many assumptions that you know the Zoids universe. So having to go back and define all of those things, would just be a lot of work. So I'd originally planned to post the novel when it was done on AO3. And, you know, with AO3, you have to, like, apply for a account. So I did. And it took a few weeks, but then I got approved for the account. And I'm like, okay, so I can post stuff here. But I still want to do some editing. I don't want to just post the unedited first draft up on online, you know? But it's been almost a year and I haven't gotten around to editing it. So I might just post it. I might just post it as is for on AO3. Right, smut, post, regret, repeat. Oh goodness. I needed that. I feel much better now that I've eaten. That was a long wait for my food. Yeah, and like, I know if I cared enough, like, I could turn something, because the thing is, I haven't published anything. My first NaNoWriMo, I wrote a lore novel for my VTuber character, right? And then I realized there were some things that I did very drastically wrong in the process of writing it. And there was some stuff that, like, I did very drastically wrong in the process of writing it. So I was trying to go back and re-edit to put in certain things to fix certain plot holes that I found in my first draft. But then that just took so much energy. I just kind of, every time I was just rereading more of my writing and being like, why did I write this? Why did I not do this way? Why did I not do this way? And I just haven't had the energy to, like, really do the lore novel justice. So I haven't actually published anything. I was originally intending to, after I finished my first NaNoWriMo project, I was going to edit it, and then I was going to do a self-publishing thing on like, whatchamacallit, itch.io or something. Do like a self-publishing thing. And all of that stuff, and maybe see if people wanted to buy it there. But I didn't, because I just didn't finish it. I just didn't have the energy for it. And that just happened, you know? That just, I mean, it just, the stuff didn't come together. And then the Zoid stuff is like the same way. What I would like, ideally, and see, here's the other side of it, right? I don't want to do my editing on stream because I feel like with editing, there's like, you're showing like the final version of the story on stream. Like whenever I do my first draft on stream, I'm confident that like there's going to be editing, there's going to be revisions, there's going to be stuff happening. And the final version of the story, sorry, I was just cleaning up that. The final version of the story is going to look at least a little bit different than what I'm showing on stream. So it's still like some kind of separation there, you know? But I might have to do, because like I can get stuff done on stream. Oh, excuse me. I can get stuff done on stream. And I might just have to do my editing on stream if I want to get the editing done. And we'll see what that looks like. Why is this? Hold on. Why is my ads manager being so buggy right now? Why is this thing being so buggy? Alrighty. I've eaten. And it's Stream Elements isn't doing the notifications that I'm about to go into the thing. Okay, that's weird. That's weird. Alright, so let's get to tonight's project. So I have shared 2 ideas recently. One was the superhero story, the suit up the story of Shield, the superhero. And the dream I had about being turned into a gorilla and then rejecting gorilla and being a moose. That is the simplest way to describe that. And I've had some thoughts since then, and I wanted to expand on those. And I wasn't sure what I was going to do on stream tonight. Then I was like, you know what? I want to get those ideas written down so that way they don't just fall out the back of my head and then I never see them again, you know? So we're going to spend some time in Notepad, and I'm going to put some of this stuff together, and we'll see. And I'll share some changes I've made to my idea since the last streams. Reject gorilla, return to moose. Yes. You know, it's funny, like, I am an adult. I am over 30 years old. Hey, nice forever. I'm proud of you. But yeah, I'm an adult. I'm over 30 years old. I live on my own with government assistance. Hey, do what you got to do forever. And I do a lot of stuff that I want to do to try to deal with my mental health, to try to just balance myself. But there is like, my mom and I don't have a really like super close relationship. We talk every once in a while, we interact. There's just some gaps there, right? I will tell you, there is a part of me, chat, that wants, this may sound silly, but there is a part of me that wants my mom to see me doing something that I'm good at, right? Like, there's that part of you that always wants to like impress your parents, wants that kind of like validation, I guess. Because I've always felt bad about the fact that like I never graduated from college, so my mom never got to see me walk across the stage, you know? And the different things I've tried never really panned out when it came to careers and trying to be successful. Has just been one train wreck after the next. You know, my mom wanted to see me, you know, happily married and successful and well off. Well, when I was engaged and my mom was super happy that I was engaged to someone, like that relationship ended up falling apart, right? And then my attempt to buy a house fell apart and all of that stuff. There's a part of me that like would love to have some kind of like a magical moment. Some kind of a magical moment where my mom could see me doing what I do best. And right now, that's telling stories. But I have no idea how I would do that. Right? You know, the improv and the storytelling, like, if there was a way for me to be like, hey, this is me. Honestly, okay, you know that song, whatchamacallit, This Is Me from The Greatest Showman? That's kind of what it feels like sometimes. Like, I just want to be able to be like, this is me, this is what I do. And like, I don't have a published book that I can be like, see mom, I published a book and you know, you want to read my book? But anyway, sorry. I got kind of nostalgic. Sometimes I daydream about like what it'd be like to be caught on some grand adventure. But then what's a grand adventure look like to a storyteller? Getting caught in a situation where I have to come up with a story off the top of my head in no time flat. Where I get to put all of those improv skills to use and develop an engaging and entertaining story with little to no prep time, and put together a collaborative storytelling experience off the top of my head. Yeah, that'd be great. I'd feel awesome. But like, the chances of me ever being in a situation where I do that is pretty slim. Anyway, sorry. I realized that was kind of a downer, and that kind of like completely sidetracked, derailed where I was going with the stream. But I just had a passing melancholy. Let me go wash my hands. I'll be right back. I'm back. No, the sound didn't cut off. I was throwing away my Burger King garbage and washing my hands and getting some more fluid to drink. Okay. Can you hear me now, chat? Can you hear me now, Noah Main? Okay. No scuff. Not yet, at least. Even though my ads manager is bugged. Okay. I'm gonna try something tonight. I'm gonna try on Twitch, because I haven't really been getting any that many Twitch viewers. I'm gonna try changing it from just chatting to the writer section and see if we get anybody while we're working on tonight's writing project. That was not the button I wanted. That was the button I wanted. Okay. See if anybody pops in from the writers section. Let's get rolling. Okay. First, we're going to start with the superhero story. I know I put a lot of words into the superhero story. And basic story is it's about this guy, Alexander. And he's very much a middle-aged dude, very much an older guy. At the part pre-time skip he's 40, post-time skip he's 45. And I talked about like why his wife left him and took the kids. And Bob. Okay. So that was actually, it's really funny. Having people leave in the, like when I was partway through that stream, they were like, I'm glad I know why Alexander's wife took the kids and the whole thing. And okay. So, whole thing. I went back and I rewatched the scene where Mr. Incredible loses his job, and that actually gave me some interesting ideas for like how to deal with this character's like depiction. Though someone pointed out something in one of the comments sections of one of the clips of Mr. Incredible throwing the guy through the wall, right? And it's that, like, we see Mr. Incredible do all of these, like, amazing feats of super strength, right? Pulling trains, you know, when he has the whole training montage. And even before he started working out, he was still doing, like, pretty good with doing, like, undercover superhero work, pulling people out of burning buildings and trying to help people where he could. But the two times you see him lose his temper in Incredibles, the one with his boss and the other one with Mirage, he doesn't kill them. And yeah, it's you know, it's a cartoon, it's a kids show, but like they deal with saying that some heroes died off screen and you see skeletons and the remains of dead heroes. But Mr. Incredible, even when he's at his angriest and losing control, doesn't kill people. And that just says something about, like, the innate amount of restraint that he's trained himself to have. Right? Which I think is interesting. Okay. Okay. So where the last thing I'd written on the Shield story, right, had been that the whole thing where he gets called out to go save the world from the alien invasion, right? And I'd originally had this scene where Nancy, the wife, was like, well, if my daughter wants to go do superhero work, she can tell me she's doing superhero work and not try to, like, sneak off. I'll wait here for you to, like, finish your stuff, then you can escort me home or whatever. And I thought about it and I realized that didn't suit the voice that I wanted for Nancy. And that didn't suit the way I wanted the characters to develop. So I wrote the situation a little bit differently. In which Alexander says there'll probably be checkpoints to stop civilians from traveling, keeping the roads clear. He says he'll ride with her to escort her home, using his hero license to get her through the checkpoints before he runs off to help out. And she's concerned because she knows he needs to respond. And to calm her fears, he calls the dispatcher and says he needs to get his family to safety and where he needs to get Nancy. They ask for more information because that address is far from his registered address. And he says his family situation is complicated. They tell him he isn't the first hero with a complicated family life. They give him a new address to report to and tell him to report as soon as he gets his family to safety. And he tells Nancy take the rest of the cake for the kids and rushes out the door. And I wanted this to be a situation where Nancy is seeing this, where even in the face of this, like, alien invasion, right? He has changed so much that he's making Nancy a priority in this situation. Right? And he rides with her in her car, uses hero license at all the checkpoints to get her home. And and I wanted this scene to be this kind of, like, cute scene where they get to her house and Nancy's expecting him to just run off, to just disappear, like he did so many times when they were married before, where, like, he duty called and he just disappeared. But even though he's already gotten her home, he stops, he looks her in the eye, and he says, "I'm sorry I have to go. I had a lot of fun spending time with you. I want to kiss you, but I feel like it is too soon for that." And they both laugh, and she says, "It is way too soon for that." but I want you to do it anyway, and I want you to promise me that you're going to be okay, that you're going to survive. Text me when you get home and let me know you're okay. He kisses her and says, I promise I'll come back alive. I'll text you when I get home. He runs off, activates his PDA, using its power to leap towards this meeting location. Shield arrives at the meeting location, starts fighting aliens, finds out there's that inside the portals there's a device that's holding the portals open, but it's surrounded by a field that stops and hands to modify people from approaching. Shield can cross the field because he isn't superhuman, just a guy with a suit with a shield. Shield leads a team of tech heroes through the portal. They find the device. He ends up being the one who smashes the device with his shield, stopping the invasion. He also uses his shield to lead the charge back through the closing portal, saving the entire team, and is welcomed as a true hero. When he gets home, he texts Nancy and she tells him that she saw him on TV. The kids saw him leap away, but they couldn't tell that it was him. They just think that she's dating some superhero. Lisa, his daughter, is supportive, but Bobby is upset. And I want to build something with the whole Bobby being upset part. Bobby is the younger child who's the son, who's a high school senior. I think he's a high school senior in this. Yes, he's a high school senior. He was in grade 7 before time skip, post time skip. He's on the football team. Okay. So, my ideas I wanted to develop moving forward, right? Nancy and Alexander keep dating, but they don't tell the kids because they don't want to get the kids' hopes up in case this doesn't pan out. Okay. So this is the big conflict I wanted to have with like some of the home family stuff with this family, right? So Lisa is secretly a superhero. She became a superhero during the time skip, which is why she's supportive of her mom dating a superhero. Because she secretly hopes that it means her mom will be more open whenever she finally tells her mom that she's a superhero. The son, Bobby, is upset because he very much misses his dad. And he just finally bursts and he says He thinks it isn't fair that she seems so okay when her new boyfriend leaps away mid-date to go save people, but she used to get so distraught when his dad, Alexander, had to leave to go help his customers. But she can't really explain why it's different because she can't really explain why it's different because that would involve explaining that like she has that like things are different with her and the father, and that what he's doing differently compared to what he used to do. But it's just Bobby just keeps being distraught about it, right? He keeps being upset. Okay. So this next part is one of the scenes that I like. It's where Bobby gets home from school. He confronts Lisa in front of Nancy, accuses her of being the superhero gravity baseballer. He says he got invited to the superhero club at his school, and one of them was giving a presentation on superheroes that had got their start around this area and had been associated with the school. They played a recording from an interview with the Teen Squad, a group of young superheroes that started in this area and had gone on to become adult heroes in the Team Justice crew. He heard the gravity baseballer speak and instantly knew it was her. He didn't say anything to his friends, but left as quickly as he could. All right. Listen, different people get fulfillment in different ways forever. And if it helps you get in the moment to like have a well-written story and world and character development for your characters to do whatever it is they're going to do, then by all means go for it. All this what I posting is just a collection of scenes I like and be willing to share. And it's nice to see how many words long they are. Sometimes I like writing 400 to 500 word scenes the most. The good amount to be nearing 2K words. Hey, that's pretty much a short story right there. If you hit 2K, once you break 2K words, you're kind of in short story territory forever. Hey, that's okay. What's important is that you're getting words down. Forever, I always believe that the act of creation is an important act in and of itself. Whether you share it with other people, whether you sell it, whether you even finish it, I believe the act of creating something changes us and it causes us to grow in some way. And I believe that makes it something worth doing. As long as it's something that as long as you're not creating something evil. As long as you're not creating something that hurts people. One set of my OCs are in a school AU, the main character being a showbird in training in a relationship with a street cat. My favorite scene of this AU is the small portion of the competition. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's nice. Can you truly make something useful that is not harmful? That, depending on how you define it, that's a weird way to like, it once you, like, the more you get into the weeds of it, the more complex that question becomes. Because, like, you could say making food. Well, if you're making animal products, the animals had to be exploited and killed in order to make the food. If you're making plant products, the plants were killed in order to make the food, right? And like everything is made of something else. You're making a program. Well, that program involves like, yeah, it gets complex and complicated. Like, you could say a lot of electronic things, but then there's the once you get into opportunity cost, it gets really messy. Yeah, it's like it's a weird brain twister, right? Forever. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Uh, all right. Think how ice can be harmful unless you're making it winter, actually. Even then, ice water harmful to the body in times won't make me stop drinking it. Black ice is the most dangerous type of ice. You don't see it until it's too late, so you just have to know it could be there. Yeah. I love how my dog sleeps on the floor right next to her comfy $30 bed. I'm an employed dog. Sleep on the bed bought with my school money. Oh, I'm so sorry, Forever. I'm so sorry. I was talking to my partner the other day because my partner a while back sent me a short clip of someone taking care of a tegu. And a tegu is a big lizard. And tegu are very intelligent. They're some of the most intelligent animals that can be pets. They're like more intelligent than a dog, I believe. That's... Yeah, that's funny, Nabiru. And yeah, Forever. Wake up from it, then walk beside it just to sleep on the floor. My gosh. So, and it reminded me that like once upon a time, excuse me, when I was more functional, when I dared to dream, I dreamed of one day being successful enough to own my own house and to have in my house a tegu and a pig as pets. Two very smart animals that would just be pets. I don't know. I don't even know if they get along. I don't even know if the tegu would try eating the pig, but I just maybe I would just have to have the tegu or maybe I'd have to have the pig first. I don't know, but like I don't know. And then I started watching videos of tegu again, a different tegu, and I'm like, and they're so. They like you wouldn't expect a lizard to be cuddly, but tegu need enrichment from like in social interaction. They need pets. They're kind of like dogs and that need like interaction with it. Dog went to dig up your yarn and then went to sleep in the bed. Oh, goodness. Yeah, let me find a picture of a tegu. And like, there's so many videos you can find of tegu that like crawl into their owner's lap because they want pets. They want to be cuddled. Let me find. Here we go. Here's the picture. Here's a picture of a tegu next to a dog. Just to give you an idea of how big these lizards get. I don't know what kind of dog that is, but I mean, I think you could see, also you could see for reference, there's a air intake for a central AC unit right next to it, right? Just imagine this big lizard that crawls into your lap demanding pets. Oh no, the yarn is on the floor. The yarn is on the floor, not the floor yarn. Not the floor yarn, anything but the floor yarn. It just sounds scary, but you're scared of things with scales. That's fair. Well, then I will stop showing you a thing with scales then. Okay. Ooh, that sounds fun forever. Turn futuristic Spanish sounding nice. Rereading what I wrote makes me want to rewrite it, especially the smut. I'm sure I'm better at it now. Okay. full disclosure here, chat. When I was younger, I started reading romance novels because my mom had a whole collection of them, which now I think was a sign that my mom was kind of unhappy. And she had this whole collection of romance novels. I read them. And when I was a young adult, I dreamed of one day being a romance author and writing different kinds of romance novels. And like I even wondered, like, would I write smut? And I haven't written smut before. And I don't even know where I would start with it. But you talking about it reminded me of, like, I used to read guides about how to write romance novels, about structure, about pacing. There's an entire business of writing romance novels, trying to crank out quick, methodical romance novels to get multiple of them out in a year. There's an entire industry for it. Well, romance novels are big money. Romance novels are the best-selling types of literature in the world. At least they used to be. I don't see a reason why they would have changed. Like even during the YA boom. Oh, let me see if it's still. Yeah, let me check. Romance novels. Okay. Yeah, romance novels are the biggest sellers. Ugh. What? I don't even want to know what that means forever. The male lead is a coffee mug? Gingerbread smut? Okay. What? Oh. Okay. I guess that takes choosing the bear to a different level. Are the objects sentient? Or is it just like, I don't... Like, I guess they would have to be, because you can't really have a romance with just an inanimate object, can you? I don't... I am... Okay. Okay. So this part here is the part where Nancy finds out that Lisa really is a hero. He really is a superhero. Bobby gets home from school. He confronts Lisa, says he was invited to a superhero fan club at his school. After school, they're watching someone was do a recording of an interview with the Teen Squad, a group of young heroes that start at their high school. And he recognized the voice of the Gravity baseballer as being his sister. And he didn't tell any of his friends, but he knows the Gravity baseballer started 3 years ago. And that means that she's been a superhero since she was 16, and she didn't tell anyone. And Nancy, the mother, is barely phased because she had a feeling this was going to happen. And Nancy just asked what happened, and Lisa's like, okay, yes, it's true, but no, I don't have the energy to explain right now. And then she explains the whole thing where she got in the scuffle with the villains. Her team were fighting these villains. She got hit with a blast that kind of like fried her brain a little bit and scrambled her powers. And when she was about to get finished off, Shield showed up and saved her. And as soon as she heard Shield's voice, she instantly recognized it, but she didn't know where she recognized it from. She knew the voice. And this is a thing about, like, she hasn't heard his voice in so long. And like, it's been 5 years since she heard his voice, period. And before that, it's been even longer since he was actually talking to her. So when he asked her if she was okay, she just like froze as she tried to figure out why she recognized that voice. So he had to pick her up and carry her out of the way of the next barrage of attacks. And when he picked her up and leapt away with her, she felt safe in his arms that she didn't know why. And she also feels weird because it's a PDA hero, and she looks down on heroes who use PDAs, right? Because she thinks that they're fake heroes. Um. So. Uh. The. Yeah, main characters are like, okay, let's deal with this. And there's just this unfolding like family drama. Bobby asks, "Is that around the corner from the 7-Eleven, the convenience store where Dad works? Isn't that near there?" And she's like, "Yeah, it was near there." And Bobby's like, "Hmm." Then later, Nancy and Alexander converse, and they're like, "Yeah, this was her. What do we do about this?" Well, I guess we're not going to tell yet because we don't want to jump things right now. I want to see how things go. Mm-hmm. Okay. So like those isekai are called players. They get one life in this new world, and their goal is to simply survive as long as they can. The world has different parts and filled with various monsters. Ooh. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I missed your stuff forever. I told a different streamer, and now I'm gonna tell you because this story idea might have an actual plot to it. Long ago, I had a dream. It was an isekai survival game themed kind of dream, and the concept sounds fun to me. So like those isekai are called players. They get one life in this new world, and their goal is to simply survive as long as they can. The world has different parts and filled with various monsters. Ooh. Is it like a fantasy world? Is it a sci-fi world? What is like there are different worlds that can have monsters. Yeah, I get that. I get that forever. It's fine. Among these players are special players that are able to revive. They are called collectors. It's for a reason. Ooh. No tech as the people were dropped into a game and deserted island. Okay. Collectors have three special abilities, one to revive, the second being special portals being opened upon either their own death or someone they've killed. These portals are useful to both types of players. Ooh. It can lead them to either a path of betterment or an important item that they may need at the time. Ooh, so it can be like a plot device. when they walk into such portals themselves, they auto-collect whatever the dead person has, hence the collector title. Ooh, it's like yoink. The problem is, in this world, the collectors were summoned first as a trial players that were meant to become guides for the new players. However, the gods of this world didn't think things through when they gave collectors mainly support-based skills. Oh, are the collectors getting bullied? Oh no! That's really dark. And is this, you said this is an isekai thing, so they're like in this world. They can't log out and go home. Well, okay. So you have a world. You have a world, and whenever I have a world and I need to come up with a story in that world, my first question is, what kind of character would I be compelled to tell the story about? Like, for instance, this story, right? I made the superhero world, and I was like, okay, well, what kind of OC would I want to insert and tell a story about in this world? And I was like, well, I would want to take my Starship story, where you have a middle-aged guy with kids who loses his family and has to regain his life again, and tell that in a superhero setting. So then that gave me an idea for what kind of OC I wanted to put in that setting. So I think a lot of it comes with coming up with an OC that you want to see in that setting, whether it be a collector that tries to like rebel against the ways of the world and like fight for better rights for collectors, or fight the gods of the world in order to help the collectors or to let them all go. Or you could do a thing about a player who like befriends a collector and tries to like protect them on some kind of a quest. It also helps if you think about a way that they could change the world. What way could your players change the world? Okay, cool. So you've got somewhere to go with it. Nice, Forever. And kill. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So what? How does this lone wolf change the world, or how does the world change the lone wolf? Because if there's no change in the world or the characters, you don't really have a story per se. You said it was based on a dream, so I know all about, well, not all about, but I have experience with making stories out of dreams. So like this is something I've been dealing with my dream of like, how, when I craft it into a story, what do I want to change? What do I want the character to change about the world? What do I want the world to change about the character? And then building a plot line from there. Ooh, okay. Ooh, someone from the past. Nice. But that's just how the dream goes, right? And I'm like, there's not much else to it, so how will I make this interesting? So there is an old kind of like saying when it comes to writing a novel, and that is, you start with your characters in one place, then you go through the cycles of things getting darker and darker and harder and harder and worse for them. More and more conflict and tragedy and rough times keep happening, right? You keep letting that happen. Justice Crush. Hey, okay. Okay. Well, okay. Were you here when I did the world building for my superhero world Forever? Were you here when I did that Forever? Because in that stream, I talked about methods for adding depth. Okay, so there's this method that I found online for adding depth to a world. It's supposed to be for building a game world, right? For like TTRPGs, but I think it can work for a story world too, that might help with planning out what direction you want the story to go. Let me see if I can find the video so I can link it. Do I already have it linked in here? No, I don't. Okay, give me 1 second. Oh. Why are there ads? I need to make sure this is the right video before I link it. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is the right video. Okay. I am going to put, actually, I'm going to put it in chat. That video has this thing about this world building method that I think could be really helpful for you. Basically, you build the world to add depth and layers for players, or your characters in this case, to discover. You build out these 3 truths and 2 lies in order to define your world. The first truth is the truth that everybody knows. It is a truth that everyone knows, everyone understands, and it is foundational to the world. That it is how everyone interacts with the world. The second truth is the truth that some people know. That truth is the truth that moves the non-player characters, or in your case, the side characters, to act. And it's usually some expansion on the truth that everybody knows. It's some new facet of the truth that everyone knows, or some reflection, or maybe it's not, maybe the truth that everyone knows isn't entirely true. And it's some part of it that only certain people know, certain elite people know. And then the third truth, well, actually, sorry, before I move on, the first truth is what moves the world, is like what moves all of the characters in the world. The second truth is what moves your NPCs. And then the third truth is the truth that no one knows. The truth that completely changes how the characters view the world. It completely warps that entire understanding of the world. It is the truth that maybe the gods or the ultimate elite beings know, but it is not something that is common knowledge. And ideally, your characters should be moving through those 3 truths. They should start with knowing, and this also works in a story where your characters start with knowing the truth that everybody knows. Then they move on, and as the story progresses, they learn the truth that some people know. And then at some other big climactic point, they learn the showstopper, the truth that no one knows, as they uncover the truth about the world and what that means for them and how they interact with the world. Then the 2 lies. There are the lies that some people know. This is what motivates your antagonists. It is the lie that it is an untruth, and it is a misunderstanding, usually, of the truth that some people know. It is a thing where some people have, where the villains have part of the partial knowledge, which can be more dangerous than having no knowledge. They have part of the knowledge of the truth that some people know about something that isn't true, or some deeper facet of the truth that everybody knows. And ideally, all of these truths and lies, they should all be connected. And whatever the lie is that some people know is what motivates your antagonists. And then the second lie is the lie that one person knows. That is the lie that your antagonist, your primary villain and antagonist, that your primary villain and antagonist knows about, that only they know about, that they're keeping a secret for some reason, and that drives your antagonist. And it's usually some misunderstanding or partial understanding of the truth that no one knows, where the villain has a piece of knowing the truth that no one knows, and they have filled in the rest of the blank to form the lie that only they know. And I find that whenever you when you develop that, it gives you a path for the characters to go on to help with that. Right. So First truth is how people interact with the world. Second truth is what motivates certain groups of NPCs. And the third truth is the truth that changes how the characters view the world. So it's something world shaking. And the first lie is what motivates your antagonists. And also, the first lie can be something that maybe an allied NPC, a friend, believes. It could be something that a friend or ally believes this lie, and they think that by taking the information of this lie and acting on it, that they are helping out the main characters. But in doing so, because they're acting on an untruth, because of their ignorance, they're actually acting against the main characters and like hurting their cause, putting them in difficult situations. They're actually like making things worse, and they don't intend to, but it's they have bad information. Mm-hmm. Hey, it's okay forever. These things take time. And if you've never thought about it before, it can be a little bit different, right? To piece together those concepts. Also, I suggest writing things down whenever you're working on stuff. It really helps out. I know for me, what helps a lot of times is having a friend to talk to about stuff. I usually talk to Okusen about stuff for hours on end. I'll bounce ideas back and forth because Okusen thinks very differently than I do and will have ideas in different directions that will like take me in different directions than I would have gone on my own. And I find that having a friend like that I can bounce ideas off of is really helpful. I realize it's not the easiest thing to do, but like it helps out. Hey, I'm sure you'll figure something out. Hey, I'm always glad to help out. I think you're referring to me. Mhm. So maybe, okay, let's talk about, I guess let's bounce ideas around then forever. If your truth is, let me scroll up here. The truth that everybody knows is that skills mean everything. And then the truth that some people know is that supportive skills are all powerful. So supportive skills have the potential to be all powerful, right? So who knows that? Who is motivated to act on that? What group of side characters is motivated to act on that truth that some people know? And then the lie would be that offensive skills rule all, right? Would be for your villainous faction. So, what would be maybe some kind of a thing about like, I don't know, maybe some kind of a thing that like, if a collector becomes strong enough, they can become a god? Or maybe it's a thing where like, this isn't the first iteration of this world, and like, the gods of this world were the collectors from the last world that ascended to power or something? Some kind of world-changing thing where it's like, the gods, something to do with the gods of this world, some truth about them. I don't know, just thinking. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, figuring out your third truth that changes the world might give you a starting point about like where to go with your might give you a direction of where to go with the story. Mm-hmm. So what I'm writing here is this scene where it's like, hey, it's all right. Don't push yourself. Don't rush yourself. I was just bouncing ideas. So what I'm writing here is this scene where Bobby has been unhappy since he found out his mom is dating a superhero. Ooh, that's interesting. And he's expressed that he thinks his mom should give his dad a second chance if she's willing to give this superhero a chance. And that he doesn't think it's fair that she's okay with this superhero running off to save people when she wasn't okay with his dad running off to go help his customers. And that he thinks that their dad has become a superhero now. And he thinks if their dad's become a superhero, that his mom should definitely give him a chance. So he goes to confront his dad, and his dad has to explain to him, like, listen, I've changed, yes, but that doesn't mean that people owe me a second chance. Don't ever think that just because you changed means that the people you hurt owe you a second chance. That's not how the world works. No one owes you a second chance. And I want that to be part of the lesson there. But then it kind of gets heartwarming a little bit because whenever he's like, "Are you the superhero Shield?" And before he can answer, Nancy shows up, and she shows up and she's like, "Yeah, and I want to have a thing where it's like," she says she's been coming and having lunch with him every day. Um, yeah. Uh, and then I wanted to get kind of heartwarming where like the mom's like, yeah, I did give him a second chance, but I didn't have to. That's something I chose to do, and that was my choice. And explains that she's still not sure about the relationship. They didn't tell him because they didn't want to get his hopes up because they didn't want to set unrealistic expectations, and they're taking it one step at a time, and they still aren't sure. And then while they're talking, right, Lisa flies down. And it turns out when Bobby went to the south side, it's this dangerous part of town, Lisa has been using her powers to fly overhead and watch over him to make sure he didn't get attacked. And so she flies down, and she's like, she saw all this happen, and she's like, geez, Mom, I'm kind of disappointed. I thought you were dating a real hero, not a PDA hero. And I thought you'd moved on and not just moved back to Dad. And then she's the one who's disappointed. And there's this whole thing where she doesn't trust. She still has a lot of hurt, and she realizes that it was her dad, and she has all of these unresolved feelings, right? And she's like, I still don't acknowledge you, and I don't acknowledge you as a hero or a father, and I'm just not dealing with you. And he's like, and before he can even respond, she just flies off. So now it's flipped, because before it was Lisa who was supportive and it was Bobby who was upset. Now it's Lisa who's upset and it's Bobby who's supportive. And then what's going to happen next is he gets a call that he has to go help out with some emergency. Okay. All right, it is getting late forever. I'm probably gonna put I have a few more scenes I want to put in this before I end stream tonight. So I'm almost done myself. But hey, if I don't see you, if I'm done before you get back, I hope you have a wonderful night. I hope you know that I value having you in this community, and having you in chat is always a treasure, and that you are a special and truly unique individual forever. So this next scene is a scene I talked about with Okusen that I wanted to write down. Yeah, I've been hydrating as we go. I actually finished all the water I brought with me. I've been hydrating as we go. Welcome back, Forever. Oh no, not the scary one, Forever. I believe in you. I actually think you'll like this scene that I'm writing. So I want to finish it and tell you all about it, okay? Second choice, because they were close to my mom's place, but they want to try a new teaching strat. I'm like super nervous for that because it seems like I'll be doing too much work, but at the same time, it's like guided, so I should be fine. Maybe. Depressed and stressed with yogurt. Yes, being depressed and stressed with yogurt is always better. So this scene, so there's this whole thing where after the last scene where like things had flipped and like Bobby has been now is supportive of Alexander and Nancy dating. Lisa isn't. Lisa is just like her dad's a PDA hero. Her dad is now trying to be a part of her life again, and she doesn't know what to do with all of that, right? So she kind of just flies off after finding out who he is. And she doesn't come home, and at first she has to go take care of some crisis of some kind, right? He has to go take care of some crisis and fight some villain and help out with some kind of a thing as a licensed superhero. He gets home, he texts Nancy, he's like, he does the whole, hey, I'm home safe text, right? That he promised to give her. And she's like, Lisa hasn't come home. Lisa hasn't come home. I just talked to her team. Her team doesn't know where she is. Do you have any way you could try to track her or find her? And he's just like, I think I know where she is. Let me go do this. He goes outside, he suits back up, and he uses his suit to leap away and leap in a direction. Then the scene changes. And you see in this, it's night out, and it's at this baseball field at a public park. And you see Lisa there with her gravity powers and her baseball bat. She like floats up a baseball, swings at it, and then uses her power to pull it back. And she has a whole bag of balls that she's just like swinging and then pulling back, and she's just like letting off steam, blasting these baseballs into the sky with the force of her swings, right? And Shield shows up. He just lands there on the side, and she's surprised because she wasn't expecting him to show up, right? And he's like, hey kiddo, your mom's worried about you. And she just stops and she's like, no, you don't get to hey kiddo me after 5 years of being gone and 10 years of neglect before that. He deactivates his armor and shield and says, that's fair. I don't know what you want me to say. I know that you don't owe me a second chance, but please let your mother know that you're okay. And so he's just like, lays it all on the table, and then he turns to leave because he's like, he's just letting her, what he wanted to do was to let her know that her mother was worried about her. And then she's like, she stops and she's like, oh, why do I feel bad about this? You showed up and I guess that counts for something. And she's like, suit up and get over here. If you want me to acknowledge you at all, let's see if your shield can withstand my swing. So he's like, okay, fine. After everything that's happened between them, she deserves to get a good swing in. He agrees, reactivates his armor and shield, walks towards her. He readies himself, and she winds up and swings as hard as she can, using her powers to amplify the force of her swing. The sound of the collision of her bat and his shield could be heard for miles around as she slams into his shield with her bat. But even with all of that force, he only slides back about an inch. She's like, not bad. Let me try one more time. And then she winds up. He takes his defensive stance, but then he feels himself being lifted off the ground. And she uses her powers to pick him up right before her bat connects with him. Without being able to brace himself on the ground, he goes flying backwards through the sky, through the air. Till he lands over the other side of the fence. She launches him in a home run. And she just busts out laughing. She flies over and helps him back up, and she's like, your shield is strong, but you need to get better at adapting to different situations. You won't always be able to put your feet on the ground. And he agrees with her. And she smiles and says that he might be useful for something. You know, that's her way of acknowledging him, right? And then something occurs to her, and she asks, how do you know to find me here? And he says he remembered that this was the field where he taught her to swing a bat. When she was a kid, she always wanted to come to this field and hit balls off the t-ball stand. He thought that she might be feeling nostalgic and come back here now that she lived in the area again. He didn't even consciously remember that, and hadn't even thought about why she chose this field out of all the fields in the city. And then, before she can start crying, she says she'll head back before her mom worries too much, and then she just flies off before she can let him see her cry. I probably have a thing where he's like, at some point he'd forgotten that, but that's one of his treasured memories. I want him to acknowledge, like, at some point he lost sight of what was important, but now he's trying to reclaim those treasured memories and rebuild that trust. And maybe not rebuild that trust, but like reconnect with those treasured memories. Right? I thought it was like an adorable scene. And there's a follow-up scene later that I'm working on. I want to get to that. There's another scene that I want to have after this, and then a scene after that. Later on, there's a scene where I haven't written it yet. I don't know if you'll be here because you know it's getting late. So I want to tell you before you have to go or whatever. But later on, there's going to be a scene where like she gets kidnapped. She and her friends, the other vigilantes, get kidnapped, right? And they're going to be like sacrificed for some ritual or something, right? And she's trying to stall for time. And she starts trying to get the leader of the bad guys talking. And she's like, "You're not going to get away with this." And he's like, "Who's going to stop us? We've got all of this anti-power, anti-enhanced field around here to stop superheroes from coming in here. Only tech heroes can get in here, and all the tech heroes have better things to do with their time than save your unlicensed butt. Your unlicensed self, right?" And she's like, "There is a tech hero who uses a PDA that will come and save me that you won't be able to stop." And he's like, "Why would any PDA hero actually, that could stop us, actually care enough to save you?" And she's like, "Because he's my dad." And then like epic moment where like he shield bashes through the wall. And it's the moment where she finally acknowledges him. I haven't nailed down all the details, but like, I just want to have that moment where he's like, "Why would this?" You're right. It is cringe, but this is superheroes. Well, she's like 19, right? So she's like on the tail end of being a teenager. But I'm imagining it being a thing where like he like shield bashes and destroys the device that's turning off her powers and like sets her free, and he like ruffles her hair and he's like, "You okay, kiddo?" She's like, "Dad, that's cringe." Wait, that's cringe. Never mind. Why would he come save you? Because he's my. Oh, wait, that's cringe. Listen, just trust me. Someone's coming. It is so cringe, but it is so good forever. Uh. Ah. But there's one scene to happen before that, and that's where he gets his. That's where he gets his. Where he gets acknowledged as a. He gets a power up. He gets a power up. Chat. It's all right forever. I started a little bit late, and then there was the whole thing of losing time for eating, but I know with summer ending, people are going to have to go back to school, and people won't be able to stay up as much for these late night streams. I got to try doing the late night streams on Fridays when people seem to have more time, because I know Monday streams are just not going to be a thing. No, not the comfy sleep till 10 a.m. life. No. Hey, I'm wishing you all the best of the luck forever. And also forever, I want you to know that I believe in you. I believe in your capabilities. And I believe in your infinite potential. Hey, maybe. All right. That's fine forever. I'm grateful to have you. It's always great to have you here. Oh no, not the metal water. I hate the taste of metal. I prefer to use plastic silverware. And I know microplastics, all of that jazz, but if my food has to taste like anything, I prefer it to taste like plastic than it tastes like metal. Oh, you're getting new glasses soon? Nice. I probably need to get new glasses. I haven't been to the eye doctor in like 3 years, and I lost the letter they sent me where they were like, "You're overdue for your eye doctor appointment." So now I don't even remember the name of my eye doctor. So I'm like, what do I do about the glasses? Just I don't. Actually, that reminds me. I should check and see if Walmart takes my insurance. Hold on. Oh, geez, that's so rough forever. Mhm. All right, Forever. Good night. Thanks for coming. It was great having you. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I wish you all the best of luck with your assignments of student teaching. I'm proud of you. I don't know how much that means coming from a random person on the internet, but I'm proud to know you. I'm proud to have you in this community, and I'm proud of all of your accomplishments. You have worked very hard, and you've come very far, and you are hopefully going to do great things. Okay, Forever? So I hope you get some good rest. Ugh. Okay. Alright. Okay. So this part here is this big cosmic battle where I'd established before that the shield that Shield got when charged with this hyperdimensional energy from his PDA could even withstand cosmic forces, right? And what does that look like whenever he's helping out? And what that looks like is because he trains under Dr. Unusual, whose responsibility it is to defend the realm from cosmic incursion. He gets drawn into a mission with Dr. Unusual to take on Bartimus, which and Bartimus is this powerful king of the elder gods who is seen as an unstoppable force and is the strongest being in the known multiverse. And they're trying to challenge him in the realm between dimensions where thought is power. And the plan is for Shield to use his cosmic shield and his strong will, because he has developed a powerful will and a strong mind, and to use that to withstand a single swing of the greatsword of Bartimus to buy time for Dr. Unusual to cast the most powerful spell he's ever cast, the ultimate arcane gate spell, essentially, that will suck Bartimus in and banish him to another realm. Essentially buying them time to come up with a better solution, but just dealing with it for now. And the first part goes off well. Bartimus doesn't even put effort behind the swing. He swings with one hand to swing at Shield. And Shield is able to stop the blow and even deflect it. And Bartimus is so distracted by having someone deflect his attack for the first time in forever, and for the first time in a long time, that the gate spell almost works. It pulls him and he falls through it, but he catches himself. He pulls himself back through. Yeah, pretty much. He pulls himself back through and destroys the gate, and he's like, "You're annoying," waves his hand and binds up Dr. Unusual to a rock, to like a cosmic asteroid. And is like, "Get out of the way, I'm in the middle of something." And he challenges Shield, and he's like, "That was me swinging with one hand. Let's see if you can stop me swinging with two hands." So he two hands the greatsword, and he swings with a decent amount of force. I'm not going to say all his might, but a decent amount of force. And then what happens is Shield is like being pushed and tested and tried, and he channels all of his hope, his love, his joy, his everything into this, because they're in a dimension, they're in the space between dimensions where thought is power. So he's pulling up his iron will to just do this heroic thing of trying to deflect this sword strike, right? And I also need to state that this guy is massive. I need to put that in here. Hello, Ticking Time Queen Slay. Good to see you. Thank you. I'm glad you like my VTuber model. So he swings. So Bartimus, the Elder God, swings his greatsword a second time. This time with two hands, and Shield has to like do this monumental effort to deflect it. And Shield's able to put together so much energy. Not only does he deflect this massive greatsword, but like he kind of almost Elden Ring parries it, knocking it away. And he knocks it away with so much force that he breaks off a piece of the greatsword. But the problem is Bartimaeus is this elder god of unknowable secrets and knowledge that is beyond human comprehension. He's older than we can even fathom, and just coming into contact with his sword, even through the shield, the superhero shield, has his mind starts to unravel as he's being bombarded with these things, and his in this realm where thought is reality. As his mind starts to unravel, he falls to his knees, and his body starts to fall to goo. His body starts like falling apart and collapsing, but he's able to like marshal his will and gather his indomitable strength within himself. He may not have superpowers, but he has a super will. And he's able, with the force of his own will, to... I am making a story, Ticking Time Queen. I am outlining the scenes of a story that I will write into something at some point. It was originally built from it's a superhero setting. And I built a superhero setting that I was going to run a game in. Then I was like, why don't I write a story for it? And so I built that in another previous stream, and this stream I was just expanding upon it. So there's this basic rundown. There's this guy named Alexander. He lives in this world of superheroes and magic and technology. Recently, this company has developed this thing called the PDA, the Personal Deployable Armor, which is a belt that can be used to summon armor to give people super strength and durability. Alexander is middle-aged, married with kids, and very devoted to his job as an insurance agent, but he's so devoted to his job that he lost track of things with his family, and his family ends up leaving him because he is more devoted to his job than his family, and after years of neglect, they finally go their own way. Time skip 5 years later, he's trying to put his life together after he lost his job because he punched his boss. And his new boss, when he's working at a 7-Eleven, a convenience store of some kind, I won't call it 7-Eleven, but his new boss is like, I think you have what it takes to be a hero. I'm going to buy you a PDA and buy you a gold membership so you have unlimited usage, because that's also the thing, because it's kind of it's a little bit dystopian where you have this suit that has an unlimited power source, but you need a subscription in order to verify your purchase to make sure it's not stolen in order to activate it. Well, he did a lot of it to himself in the beginning. And he was like, I won't go into all the details. It's actually really funny. When I was doing the first stream, when I was talking about this story, because I was on the first part that was outlining the first chapter area for so long, I had some people who left the stream early because they had to go live, do other things, and they were just like, wow, this has been a great stream. I'm glad you spent so much time explaining why Alexander's wife took the kids in the divorce. And I'm like, oh my gosh, no, it's an origin story. Come on, that's not all there is to the story, chat. And it was quite silly. And the idea is that he then goes to become, he meets this character, Dr. Unusual, who's my take on Doctor Strange, who is the direct ripoff. Like, this is filled with direct ripoffs of like known properties. Except Dr. Unusual in this story is a psychiatrist instead of a surgeon, and all right, ticking time queen. So what type of drawing do you do? I'm curious. Like, what type of art do you do? And so Dr. Unusual sees the potential in him and mentors him, gives him some counseling and therapy in order to help him work through some of his issues and work on some of the things and try to grow beyond his mistakes. And then in the midst of it all, his ex-wife finds out that he's a superhero. I have this whole kind of contrived situation where he's going to this gym, the secret gym for superheroes, and his ex-wife's friend is like, hey, my son is a superhero and he's going to this gym and he needs to go every day for his training and I can't take him this day. Can you take him and keep his secret of that he's a superhero? So the wife is dropping off the friend's kid at the superhero gym and sees Alexander coming out of the superhero gym. Oh, that's cool, Ticking Time Queen. And so she's like, what's going on in your life? And then they start talking, and then they start to realize that, like, they still care about each other. And he's come to realize everything he lost whenever the divorce happened. And he's, like, been working on himself. And he's grown a whole lot, and he understands where he went wrong. And it's a thing where, like, he knows that just because he's improved doesn't mean that she owes him a second chance. So he's like, I understand that, you know, you don't owe me anything because I was the one who hurt you. And she's like, well, we will see where this goes. And I want it to be a story that leads to naturally the relationship healing between the two of them and between him and his kids. And as he's developing into a hero and going on his adventures and dealing with his kids, because his kids are like older now because it had been 5 years since he'd seen them. And in this story is where he gets his dimensional shield and becomes a cosmic champion. And basically he earns the respect of Bartimus, the king of the elder gods, who says, take this piece you broke off my sword, which the sword's the size of like a freaking skyscraper. So breaking off a piece of it, it's still a huge piece. And he shapes it into a new shield that he'll use that allows him to project a force field around himself to protect him. And he can do things. He can shape the force field into different things with his mind to make it do stuff. So that was that scene. Then I have one more scene I want to write tonight, because this has been a long stream, chat. We're on 4 hours and 40 minutes. Well, coming up on 40 minutes. But then again, I did like eat early in the stream. We had a lot of yapping. And then this is the next scene. So there's interaction between him and his daughter. At this point in the story, he's in his like mid 40s, and his daughter is 19 years old. His son is 17, and His son's a senior in college. His daughter is a sophomore. No, his son is a senior in high school. His daughter is a sophomore in college. And his daughter, when she was in high school, was exposed to this lab accident that gave her superpowers, but she kept it a secret. And so his daughter has become the superhero, the gravity baseballer. She can control gravity, so she can make herself fly. She can make things fall in any direction she wants it to. And so she has this baseball bat that she uses, and she like makes the bat fall forward with her powers to amplify the force of her swings to smash things with her baseball bat. And she doesn't really acknowledge her dad, because in this setting, heroes that use the personal deployable armor, it's so common that it's kind of looked down upon by people with actual superpowers. Because they're like, it's kind of that look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power, right? And she also was frustrated because he hasn't been there. He's been gone for 5 years. And before that, there was the 10 years of neglect, where he was just like barely around. And, but she's slowly starting to like acknowledge him, because there was this touching scene where like she was really angry after she found out that he was the one that her mom was dating, because she thought in her head her mom was dating some superhero who was like, oh, it's cool, that means mom's, you know, really moving on and moving up. And then she finds out that her mom is actually dating her dad. And she's like, oh, you just moved backwards, and he's a PDA hero. Great, he's a rent-a-hero. So then she's just disappointed. And then I had this scene before where like the daughter goes off on her own, and she hasn't come home yet. And so when Shield gets back to his house, because he lives separately right now, he lives in the poor part of town, in the south side of town, where all the villains hide out, right? He gets home, and he has a routine where whenever he goes off to do hero work, he tells his ex-wife, he's like, I'm going, I promise I'll be okay, and I'll text you when I get back. And that's part of the thing where he's putting in more effort to communicate now, which is effort he wasn't doing before, which is why their relationship suffer. Well, it's part of it. And so when he gets back from doing his hero work, he texts her. He's like, yeah, I'm home safe from my homework. And she's like, hey, Lisa hasn't come home yet. And I just talked to her team, and they don't know where she is either. She's not patrolling with them right now. And he's like, I think I know where she is. And he suits up and leaps into the sky, because the suit gives him the ability to do super leaps. And he leaps away. And then the scene cuts to the daughter at this baseball field in a park. And the park is closed because it's night. And she's just using her powers to levitate a ball, smacking the ball with her baseball bat, launching it into the air, and then using her powers to pull the ball back. And she's just doing that to just try to let off steam. And he shows up, and they converse, they interact, and then she's like, and he's like, you don't have to forgive me. Like, you don't owe me anything. Just please contact your mother. She's worried about you. And she's like, well, if you want me to acknowledge you as a superhero or as someone dating my mom, then let's see if your shield can stop my bat. So he suits up, gets his shield, because his shield turns into a bracelet when he's not using it. So he activates the shield, activates his suit, and he takes up a defensive position, and she swings her bat super hard. Like, it echoes for miles around, the force of the hit. But he only moves back like an inch. And she's like, okay, I think I have a good idea about this. Let's see if you can take a second swing. So he's like, okay, he gets ready. And then right before her bat connects with him, she uses her powers to levitate him off the ground. So that way he can't like brace himself on the ground for the swing. So when she hits him, he just gets launched into the air. Because he has nothing to push against, to hold, to brace himself with. And he goes flying, and she hits a home run, launching him way over the outfield and over the far fence. And then she goes and she helps him get up, and she's like, okay, you might be useful for something. And then something occurs to her, and she's like, hey, how did you know I was here? And he's like, well, I remember when you were a kid, this was the field where I taught you how to swing a bat. And when you were little, you always wanted to come to this field and swing at the balls that were on your T-ball stand. We'd set up your T-ball stand and you just swing at balls out here. And I thought you might have been feeling nostalgic after finding out I was back and that you might be coming back here. And then she like is on the verge of crying because she didn't even realize that that's why she did it, why she came here. She hadn't been thinking about it. She could fly. She can go to any park in the city, right? But for some reason, she came to this park and she hadn't even thought about why she did it until that moment. And she realized that's why she did it. And then in order to keep from like crying, she just like says, okay, I'm going to go check in with mom. Bye. And then flies away before he sees her cry. And that's when she starts to realize that maybe he has changed. Like he says, somewhere along the way, he forgot what was important. And now he's trying to reclaim those treasured memories. And then that leads to this next scene where he gets the Cosmic Champion Shield. Probably just call it the Champion Shield. Ba ba ba. Da da da. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. Circle on the ground around them with mystic symbols. My wrist is getting tired. I've written a lot of words today. Okay, so what I just wrote is how I want to end the story. I realized I was writing quietly for a while. I wanted to get this down. And okay. Okay. All right. Cool. So this scene is the kind of like culmination of the path that the character's gone on with, like trying to rebuild his relationship with his daughter, right? His daughter is doing her own hero work, and she's investigating this thing. Her team is investigating this thing about Malady Corp, the company that makes the PDAs. Now, Lisa has been frustrated ever since her dad got the cosmic shield and became a cosmic champion, because he's getting acknowledged in ways she never could, that she just couldn't. And even though she's been at this for 3 years, he's just like getting more acknowledged than she was. But she's dealing with it. She's acknowledging that he's actually trying. And while she and her friends are following a lead to figure something out, they get kidnapped. They get knocked out. They get ambushed. She wakes up and she sees that her and her friends are bound and she can't use her powers. There's some kind of device that's between her, that's sitting in the middle between her and her friends are arranged as part of this big runic circle that's got some kind of like magic symbols, mystical symbols in it. And that there's something going on. There are people in robes chanting all around them. And there's one person in fancier robes that's talking into a camera and brandishing a large ceremonial dagger that has gems and crystals inset in its handle. Now witness as we sacrifice these peons, unlicensed vigilantes that think that just because they have superpowers, the laws don't apply to them. This sacrifice will awaken the dark god who will grant us powers beyond human reckoning. Now she realizes this is a big deal. This is dangerous. This is a life or death situation. And she realizes this guy is about to start killing them. So she has to improvise. So she's like, you won't get away with this. And cult leader turns around. He's like, oh, really? Who'll stop me? She's like, the heroes will stop you. They'll trace your broadcast and find you. You won't win. It's like, we have an anti-power field being projected by this device here, and we're using a VPN to hide our location as we stream to our followers online. Only a hero with cosmic level powers could stop us, and all of them have better things to do with their time than save an unlicensed vigilante like you, he yells, lifting his arms in triumph. And she's like, there is one hero who with the power to stop you. And he's like, oh, really? Who is this hero? She's like, his name is Shield, and he's the cosmic champion of this realm. He is responsible for this realm and will feel a dark god awakening and come stop you. He grins and laughs. He says, ha, a cosmic champion would welcome another god to defend this realm. Why would he stop us when we are helping him? Why would someone with that much power and responsibility waste their time saving you? She sighs internally, knowing how cringe this is, but she has to say it. And she says, actually, I'll probably just... because he's my dad. I don't know if I'll have the sighs internally part. I want her to just be really in the moment. Because he's my dad. The cult leader stops laughing, is like, wait, what? And then suddenly the side of the building bursts open and Shield comes flying through the wall. Shield first. The cult leader tries to back away, says, wait, hold on, we didn't know, getting cut off as Shield bashes him into the wall. Dad, destroy that device, Lisa says. He nods, runs over to the device and smashes it with his shield. Her powers return. Lisa's able to free herself and her friends. And he's like, you okay, kiddo? Sorry it took me so long to find you. She's like, yeah, I'm fine. I knew you would come. She says, smiling at him. He ruffles her hair lightly and says, I bet you did, kiddo. And she shoves his hand off, saying, Dad, they're still broadcasting. We have to deal with the rest of them. Stop being cringe. And he gives her a thumbs up and says, sure thing, let's go. And they turn and fight the rest of the cult. And that's where the story is going to end, with them turning to fight the rest of the cult. With like, he's made up with his wife. He's made up with his kid. She's acknowledged his strength. I want her to say, because you are my hero. What do I say? What do I have him say? Something maybe thanks for that, kiddo? He's like, I'm fine. I knew you would come. He's like, how did you know? I didn't even know if I could get here in time, he says, surveying the situation around him. Because, Dad, you're my hero. He stops at that and ruffles her hair, says, thanks for that, kiddo. He shoves his hand off and says, Dad, they're still broadcasting. We have to deal with the rest of them. Stop being cringe. I like that. I like that. She's like a little bit cringe right there. She just kind of embraces the cringe. All right, that is almost 5.5 hours, chat. I did explain that how it happens is when Lisa didn't come home, Nancy contacted Shield, asked him to look for her. He checked the baseball field, and when she wasn't there, he tried something he hadn't tried yet. He hadn't succeeded yet, I will say. Dr. Unusual said that his shield should connect him to the wider world and enable him to expand his mind to have a cosmic sense to track things and people, but he hadn't done it successfully yet. It was always just noise that he couldn't understand or process. This time he had to do it to find his daughter. When he opened his mind, he saw her. He could feel her talking about him, and on some level, she was begging him to find her. He also saw the dark god sleeping near her. It would take him time to get there. Okay. There we go. When Lisa didn't come home, she contacted Shield. He looked, had said that his shield should connect him with the wider world, enable him to expand his mind, have a cosmic sense to track things and people, but he hadn't done it successfully yet. It was always just noise that he couldn't understand or process. This time he had to do it to find his daughter. When he opened his mind, he saw her. He also saw... and realized that he had to act fast. He warned the jury league on his way there. They came in to help with the cleanup later. Okay. So he didn't know that she was calling out to him. I don't know if I like that. I want it to be a thing where, like, he could hear her. Okay, I like this. I like this better, and I want to incorporate this somehow. Okay. So I do like that thing about where she's like, because he's my dad, boom, wall burst open, guy comes in, starts bashing stuff up. And Shield bashes him into a wall. And he's like, you okay? She's like, yeah, I'm fine. I knew you would come. He's like, how'd you know? I didn't even know if I could get here in time. And he's like surveying the situation around him, getting ready to fight. Because, Dad, you are my hero. He stops at that and ruffles her hair. Thanks for that, kiddo. She shoves his hand off saying, oh, Dad, they're still broadcasting and we have to deal with the rest of them. Stop being cringe. He gives her a thumbs up and says, sure thing, let's go. All right. Have all of the stuff. What is this? What do you mean repeated word? No, I don't think it could be a shonen. There's only one power-up, and that's when he gets his cosmic shield. I don't know, like, I mean, shonen is usually like battle and combat. This is a lot of like romance and personal interactions. There will be action, but this will not be as action-based as some of my other stories. This is very much driven by the interpersonal interactions. I don't even know what that would be if it was a manga. What's the one where it's like older? Like a good in any anime, especially an action show. Well, he doesn't start as a good dad. He starts as a bad dad. He starts as a bad dad, and then he has to get better. And then he has to get better. I was hoping to do some stuff that some ideas I had for the alien dream story, but the suit up story, how many words did I write tonight? Let me scroll up here. How many words did I write tonight? There we go. This is where I started tonight. I also rewrote a few things, but so this isn't everything, but let's see. Holy cow. That was a lot of writing. Copy. Chat, how many words you think I wrote tonight? How many words do you think I wrote tonight, chat? How many words you think I wrote tonight, chat? This has been an extra long stream. This has been almost 6 hours. Goodness, I almost need to eat again. That's true. Chat. Tonight's record, tonight's stream, 4,144 words. It was probably more because I rewrote some parts. That's like 2 chapters, chat. And this wasn't even like normal writing. This was just rough outline. Chat, I'm cooked if I ever try to make this a novel. I am so cooked. On that note, I am going to go with ending stream here. We've had a lot of views come through tonight. We've had a lot of people come through to see the stream. That was nice. Oh, did my ad break thing suddenly fix itself? Okay. Ugh. All right, chat. No, I'm not going to order again. I don't have enough money to order again. Nope, I don't have enough money to order again. My money is now for emergency purposes only. All right. Chat. I wrote a lot of scenes. How many different scenes did I write tonight? So we had the whole thing with Bobby, revealing that the sister is Gravity Baseballer, and the sister talking about getting rescued. And then the background of Lisa getting her powers and becoming a superhero. And setting up more of that. That wasn't really scenes as much as kind of just jumping around. Then having the whole rising tension with Bobby. And he wants to go talk to, and Bobby talking to the dad, that whole life lessons of just because you improve doesn't mean people owe you the people you hurt owe you a second chance. And that whole thing. So there's that. Then there's the whole scene with the daughter at the baseball field. Then there's the whole thing with the cosmic fight, becoming a cosmic champion. Then there's that big end scene with the cult leader. Yeah, it was a pretty good bit. Pretty good bit we wrote, like a whole bunch of scenes. If I could turn this into an outline, I have no idea where it would go. I have no idea, chat. It goes so many different places. Normally for a novel, you want things to keep getting darker and darker and worse. But like, this kind of, it goes on a bit of an upward swing where stuff starts really bad and then gets better for him as time goes on. And is like a redemption story. But goodness. All right. I want to end before the 6-hour mark because, geez, this has been a long stream, chat, and I'm tired and hungry. I'm going to go cook some food. Let's shout out everybody who was in chat tonight. All right, we had Nabiru, we had Noelmain, we had Lamau was here. Country Girl, Forever. I don't think Jesus was here tonight. Noelmain. Country Girl. Who else did we have come through here tonight? We did have somebody else come through. We had a new person. We had where are they? Scrolling through chat. Ticking Time Queen Slay with the cute, looks like a Hamtaro profile picture. There's another person who came through tonight. And for all of those people, the people I didn't remember to mention, anyone who watched the stream didn't say anything in chat, and for anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, for all of you, for the entire community, I say, I love all of you. And I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you all possess unique, one-of-a-kind potential to make this world a better place. I'm proud to know you, and I'm grateful for each of you. Thank you for coming to my stream. Thank you for giving me your time, your attention, and your energy. I believe that you are valuable, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. You matter. You are precious and important. Your hopes, your fears, your dreams, and your concerns are valid and worthy of notice. You are important. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. If you're watching on YouTube, I ask that you like the stream if you haven't already. It definitely helps with getting the content in front of more people and getting more people in the community. I'm always looking to expand and to get more people so we can share ideas, bounce ideas off each other, and just grow. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can subscribe on YouTube and ding the notification bell. You can follow on Twitch, Twitter, X, Blue Sky Social, or you can like my Facebook page or join my Discord. Links to all of those are in the description down below on YouTube and in the About page on Twitch. And if you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to invite them to the next stream and show them my content. Next stream is going to be Friday, 8:30 p.m. EST. Any changes will be posted in all of the in most of the listed places. Blah. And then also whatchamacallit, words. One last thing, chat. I say this every stream because it's important to me. I want to make sure everyone knows this. You do not have to give money to be here. You are not required to pay to be welcome. I know I talk about money things and needing money and being in different monetary situations a lot, but I do my best with what I have, and I never want anyone to feel obligated like they have to help me. If you want to help me, then that's great. And I appreciate it. And to all the people who do help me, I appreciate all of you and everything you do for me. And if you ever feel motivated to help me out in any way, and it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so down in the description on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. In YouTube, there's the link to PayPal where you can do a one-time donation, and Ko-fi where you can do a one-time donation or a monthly donation. If you're going to do a one-time donation, I prefer you do PayPal because I get to keep more of the money. And Ko-fi, for the monthly donations on Ko-fi, there's no rewards for those yet. It's more of just saying, here's a tangible way that you really appreciate my content. And with that said, and the donate button on YouTube, on Twitch, just takes you to Ko-fi where you can do one-time or monthly donations. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for putting up with me. Ooh, it has been a ride, chat. Jeez, we are 5 minutes away from 6 hours. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, chat. Oh my gosh. But we are not going another 5 minutes, chat. We're not. I am tired. I'm not stretching. I'm not stretching this out any longer than I have to. Have a good night, everybody.